Good morning. Hello, Shushu. Good morning to you. You're super duper early. Yeah, I barely started. I had some issues looking into the vertical layout stuff. Turns out YouTube is crazy, and I'm probably not going to touch it for a while until the future gets better and more user-friendly. It's like 10:55. Alright, you're an hour ahead. That's like almost 10 where I'm at, which is cool. I better get started doing things. Let me find my program. Yeah, I haven't even started. Haven't even opened my work stuff. 1 second, you don't want to miss anything. There is likely very little to miss. I'll be honest. It'll be fine. I'm just adjusting some things around the yes. But I am feeling slight resistance to getting started. I think the best cure for that is to just open the files. Just do it. Your sister complaining of the toilet seat moving? Yeah. Oh well, there's always room to hope for better toilet seats. Alright, here we are. We got the project going. It's open. I don't really want to look at where I left off. But I should. I should just start. Can you yap here? Well, I certainly can't stop you from yapping. Well, whether or not I will respond is no promise. But yapping is allowed. Perhaps rant mindfully if you have rants. Otherwise, I rely on other people's common sense for determining whether or not they should be yapping about stuff. But yeah, I want stuff to be nice and simple, which is why there are no explicit rules about stuff. But you know, standard stuff, be civil, be nice to each other, yada yada. But I got my stuff on screen, work to do, places to be, friends to see, all that stuff. I think maybe, although this isn't important because I have the vertical I got a vertical setup over at Twitch, and I think I will risk increasing the size of it just a bit, though it will mean that there is less horizontal information going on. but not important. If people really want to see it, they can watch horizontal. You're making a project? You're below 13. Oh, I remember doing the, like, spending intense amounts of hours on making stuff. My art is so good and yours is so cartoonish. You don't know how I do that? Well, if I do some quick maths, give it 20 years. Stick to it for 20 years. And you should be getting pretty good. That might sound like a lot, but time flies. Which is perhaps the most boomer thing I can say. Oh, goodness, I'm such a boomer. What is a light motion? If you don't mind explaining. I am unfamiliar. Anatomy and math? But yeah, if you continue on having fun and stuff, you'll get there. You'll learn stuff on the way, pick things up, see other artists do stuff you like, you'll be copying that for a bit, branching over to your own stuff. Pretty good. See the rabbit, hello! Welcome! And hello, Vex! Repasted your laptop. Whoa. Cooling paste, right? All this data stuff. But to actually respond on your question, Shushu, I cannot promise watching your video, because I imagine if I were to receive just a denser audience, I would get a lot of questions like that, and I for sure cannot really respond to that. You know, I'm busy. I'm making comics, and if I spend my time watching videos, it'll be kind of difficult. You don't know what a platform is? It's kind of context based. Could be something you stand on. Could be a forum. Cool and paste dies. I don't know where you got the platform stuff. I don't think anyone mentioned that. Or were you intending to explain it as a platform? I mean, if you struggle to explain it, I am using a drawing program, I would say. If that helps. Which is locally installed on my PC. Whoa, I hate everything with this head. I'm not getting this right. This is a terrible first drawing to be making in the morning. For sure. Oh, I gotta move some text. Hold on. The very important don't train AI with my content sign. It is very important. Don't train AI on my stuff. Let's see. There we go. Totally legit. Do not train on my stuff. Disclaimer. Yeah, Shushu, you're all jazzy. Early morning energy. Hey, you could use that. Is it? This guy's head shape is just too complex. I wonder if it's supposed to be even longer like this. He's like, yeah, it's quite the goofy coded. Gotta get the bad drawings out of the way first. Sir Rabbit, you are so right. You're gonna edit now, Shushu? Yeah, lots of luck with that. Hope it'll be good. Hope you'll be having fun with it. That's, after all, the most important part. Alright, these shoulders, too big. I'm gonna do like this. But I shouldn't be doing tiny adjustments like that. We, like Rabbit says, we've got some bad drawings to get out of the system. And I think I'm most comfortable doing bad drawings of whatever. I'll draw Semil. Semil, where you at? Semil. Did you know YouTube poop doesn't exist? But I have seen those. How can they not exist? Yeah, well, I'm still questioning the statement. Not questioning you. Doesn't matter who claimed it. Now let's get these bad drawings out of the system. Hopefully they'll be just okay still. Yeah, I'm not getting his face right. Oh well. We'll see that it's him. How about you, See the Rabbit? What are you up to today? Is there comic work afoot? Comic work. All right, and we also got the tracks. Now this is my reference still. Part of you wanted to ink watercolor drawing. Nice, Rabbit. But you'll save it for Sunday. Whoa. I'm kind of in a sad part of my work where I'm like, oh, I would like to do stuff that is fun, but if I rather did comic stuff, I would have progress on the comic, which is the worst reasoning I could possibly do. I do enjoy doing watercolor stuff and other like traditional media things. And right now, as I am in quite a practical finalizing part of this comic, my sense of guilt is always there for like calling me out if I want to do something that is not working on the comic. Be there, yeah. YouTube lost connection? No? Okay. Then we're good. Can you yap about what the edit is about? Shushu, I'm not necessarily going to stop you. It's just nice to see there's being some life in the chat. Currently there are no viewers here to ask about comic stuff, so you know, chat's kind of up for grabs. Will I regret saying that? Perhaps. It feels rude to yap. Have you seen the number blocks, kids? They're just having fun with their community, coincidentally in my chat sometimes, which I find pretty sweet. Okay, these drawings are really not doing a thing. Arg. Let's move on. We're drawing Reno. A kid. Starting with the wrong things, because I like drawing faces. Maybe I can make it bigger so I can give my wrist some rest. This is going to be a bad drawing of Reno. Oh. Oh, what I should mention though, Shushu, in regards to yapping, if you're very young, it is worth being considerate about like how much you wanna tell about everything. Just be sure that you're being safe. Don't do stuff like doxing yourself or like telling people where you live and stuff. Your OC getting crazy? Nice. We like crazy OCs. I didn't say it was way too big. Every time. But I'm feeling the success of just getting started. That's pretty nice. I can always change that later. Yeah. You are right, Rabbit. So I looked into vertical stream shenanigans for YouTube, and it seems so weird. Not that I have any reason to do vertical streaming when I am streaming a very horizontal layout of comic work. But it seems so unnecessary, parts of it, in that YouTube wants you to schedule a stream, which is the part I don't understand quite. It's like, do you just let me output things? Can I just output video? But also, I don't really know if it streams vertically, like, will that be saved as well in like the shorts tab or something? I don't quite get it. So I backed away from that. Had a little scare when I was starting up the stream because then I had meddled with settings that apparently didn't compute quite well with YouTube. I already find YouTube to be quite weird in that they want you, like, they force you to open the streaming dash before starting the stream in order to actually perform the stream. So lots of technical stuff there that I don't quite get, but that's okay. Whew. Aw, how nice! The bird flew away because he was gonna take a shit. Sorry, take a dump. I'm not good with language. Apologies to all. Do a poo-poo. Yeah, you tell him, Rabbit. I keep accumulating lots of stuff I should be noting down in my calendar. Persisted said that the bad poo-poo word. How terrible, Shushu. Okay, we have a terrible wonky Rhino drawing. That's good. We're getting started, folks. We're getting there. Maybe learn it from the TV. I mean, I cannot really speak for bad word policies or definitions, but I'm totally grown up with some words not being bad words, and suddenly in some places it is, and that's always super confusing. Your siblings are hell? Boy, are they gonna find out when they watch this back. With live chat replay. Ah, what the heck? What am I doing? Yes, no, this is what's happening. He is going, like, the idea is that he is sliding in some way, but this is not communicating at all, and the torso is not working. My screen is black. Oh no. It looks okay, but it says stream is healthy. There are some frames missed due to rendering lag, but yeah, I don't know. It's good now. Yeah, I think it might be flickering a bit. I don't know whether that is because I was messing with some settings before streaming, or yeah, whatever's happening. Ah, it's fine for you, Rabbit? Well, that's good. I'll keep an eye on YouTube, ever so slightly. It seems like it's kind of going on and off. Yeah, I have no idea. Should probably turn off the vertical stuff. It's only for Twitch phone users. And while I know that phone users exist, I'm not sure how valuable it is. It's 11:30 and your house has no rules. You're drinking soda. Yeah. Sounds nice, Shushu. Okay, so the guy, Keko, he's doing this kind of motion where his first leg is leading down. His other leg is braking. Slow down speed a bit. And then he is balancing weirdly. Which is, I think this is the weird part. I am not entirely sure which way his hip goes. Oh. Well, my stream has an extreme delay. What the heck? Okay, there we go. We're back. Funky. Your brother is raging all because of Geometry Dash? Some game? How old is your brother? Also, save you? But your house has no rules and you're drinking soda. I see no problem. You win some, you lose some. No, I'm being mean. Sounds like blooming anger issues. Hope your parents are going to do their job and help with that. Hello, Mr. Garuga. Thank you for checking out my stream. You are new. Is there any rules you need to follow? Yes. Be civil and nice and read the room, I guess. Well, it's on me. I let Shushu yap about whatever. But yeah, no, this is a chill stream. I work on comics, and you know, I don't have that much of an audience for the time being, so it's kind of hard to set hard rules other than, you know, use common sense. You can ask questions if you have questions about comic stuff I'm doing. But I'm mainly doing this as a work stream, and it's not supposed to be very high energy. So it's all nice and chill. Okay, I think I'm liking this better than the initial sketch. Oops. But it's still not quite there. Maybe the one leg is longer, more straight. Can you ask if I'm gonna draw anything not safe for work? Just curious. Likely not. My content isn't made for kids, but I'm not planning to draw anything sexually explicit at any point, or anything that is like super mega inappropriate. There can be hints of foul language, or lightly suggestive content, perhaps, but I don't think I will be a not safe for work streamer. No. At least I don't plan to. Because, or at least, if I do, it's gonna take a long time, because I got a whole lot of comic to draw. Yes, it is made for kids. No, it isn't. And any kids watching this should be aware that it is not super safe content. I won't be doing anything wrong, but know that there might be grown-ups in chat who are not aware that there may be kids in chat, and so on. So use the internet with some caution, I suppose. I don't know how to phrase that, really. Yeah, my comic will get spooky. It'll have some gore. Right now it's just these kids playing around, but we got the pirates, a tough bunch, and the little kids tagging along. But yeah, I'm just happy there are people who want to watch this. It's been real nice. I've been streaming now for well, quite frequently for about a week, as a way to get my work going and actually progress on this project, because it is very large, very overwhelming. As a comic artist, I don't really have the office space, and right now I'm kind of also in a file situation where this project file is quite large, and synchronizing it between devices, also hopping between devices when working, is kind of a drag. So I'm setting up my new station at home. Alright. I'm trying to follow this, but it is a bad drawing, so we'll try to make it clearer. Yeah, I eat gore for breakfast. I don't really. I'm kind of a weakling when it comes to comes to gore. I'm very fascinated by some of it, but I for sure don't have like a strong gore tolerance. Oh, Birdie, you're not supposed to be on that one. Hey, bird. Nine, nine, nine. You're going places you're not allowed to. Dummy. Sats up. Hello. Not able to hear me. Right. Also, anyone will let me know if the music is too loud. I did increase the volume just a little bit, but we're just listening to chill Nintendo tunes. Hmm? The bird is birding about in the living room. I gotta turn around a few times sometimes. Now and then just to check what's going on. No. He's always supporting the bag that he's carrying. His messenger bag. I noticed I should try not to think too hard about the background at the moment. I am getting a little sick of the very good strat for drawing backgrounds, but it's kind of getting like burrowing its way into my head, and I'm kind of thinking of the background before I'm even doing it instead of taking it when I need it. Doing 8-bit art. Nice, that's up. Love it when all the creatives are visiting. Did I not remove this? No. Oh, okay, it's part of a different playlist. I see. I see. No, we're too far out now. I gotta see how things look. Well, at least it looks nice in terms of the vertical view, kind of being in where stuff happens for the YouTube stream. Oh gosh. How long till the bad drawings are out of the system, Rabbit? How long must I wait? How much must I draw? To be fair, I'm only on like drawing 3, 4. God dang it. Dag nabbit. See, that's the best part no one knows. Oh, the beauty of creating. The, the joys of discovering and exploring. Now, ideally, I should be having a different window open for print size reference to see if the image reads okay. Dragon Dev and Captain Blue. Hello. Hi everyone from your intermediate game development class in this stream. You're raiding me. Oh no. Hi everyone. Thank you for checking out my stream. How fun that you want to check out incredibly slow drawing while making a comic. Or as part of making a comic, I should say. That's super sweet though. Okay, this is a mess. I should tighten this up. Big time. Erase, please. There we are. Alright, so we just half erase this and we go over it again with better just better. Should I be guessing that you guys are having like HTML, CSS, color naming or something? No, you guys are intermediate. Colors would be beginner level, right? Have fun. How does this look flip? Not too bad. Art is good. Thank you, Terry. Sketching is kind of the scariest part in that it's one step closer to tightening in how things are supposed to be finalized. That kind of requires some commitment. Pieces. The pieces don't have sound and you can hear anything. Oh well. That's still fun though. In any case, I'm not getting any vocal auto-texting or whatever. That is not gonna happen. I'll write a message. Inking is a little more scarier, since that's 100% committed to the line. In real life, oh yeah, definitely. But for me, that isn't as scary, because I might see certain shortcomings in the inks that I'm like, okay, but the sketch is still fairly close to what I want, and now I can see what I want, and so I can just wing a single improvement, just a smidge. And with that, it kind of becomes just playing around. It's still a bit of exploring, but it is tight enough that inking is becoming the final thing, which I like. No, I like inking. It's kind of like drawing. You're not going to replicate the sketch energy, you're going to improve it. Or at least that's how I like to think when I do it. Which also helps against the, oh no, I'm going to lay down a line, it'll never be as good as the energy in the sketch. Oh. That part, I just dodge. Easy. How was that? It was something about triangles I saw somewhere, but I can't remember what it was. Something about one triangle being the thumb. Was this? No. I don't remember. I saw a cool tip about drawing hands and how they fold by dividing them into triangle parts. Has to be like this. But I'm completely blanking out on it. Don't remember. Didn't learn it. Fake art fan. What's my nationality? I am from Norway. Just a Norwegian making the comics. Hey Rabbit, do you feel that you have a good mindset in regards to inking? Or is it still the most terrifying part? Depends on the drawing, and if you're in a right headspace. Yeah, that sounds about right. Fun stage. I agree. Yeah, I'm not. This part is not being visible, but I'm drawing it anyway for sake of practice. Okay, we're missing his shoulder and his arm. Oh, I gotta remember to fix any instances of broken YouTube links that may have happened. Since I recently finally changed the user handle from Touchdorf to Grusart, which is odd. I felt that I had checked before whether that was available or not. It wasn't at the time, or so I thought. But now it was. So that's cool. I do vaguely remember that I possibly had requested, like, is this user available or something? Like, there was this very quite seemingly inactive YouTube account, I thought, but maybe I just dreamt it all. Alright, this isn't quite showing the speed or energy that I want. Savion, hi. What am I drawing? I am working on a comic project of mine. And while I'm working, I've come to like streaming actually. So that makes me a comic work streamer, I suppose. But yeah, I'm working on comics. I'm having quite the Monday morning on this fine Thursday. Okay, I like that better. It's not optimal, and it's not gonna be perfect, but at least it's there. And so we have... I'm just sketching out some of the tracks here. You're a traditional gore artist. Cool. That's kind of awesome. Just a few minutes ago I mentioned that I'm kind of weak when it comes to handling gore, but I'm also quite fascinated by it. How nice to meet you, and nice of you to check out the stream. Now these are just suggested sketch bits. The boys are following a trail of huge footprints. And as much as I I am feeling quite lazy. It would be nice to actually ink these characters. Maybe I can just ink a few. Inks are good. We like inks. This looks like one of those comics in the Philippines. I'm gonna have to Google that one. Bentong Bayan? Oh. Never saw it. Yeah, these guys are on a haunted, cursed island. Whoa, huge. Let's see. We're drawing characters, and I like my inks to be a little thick for that. And I have to zoom in to kind of save my wrist. So I don't really enjoy drawing super large. Oh, huge mistake. I'm always starting with the face, and I shouldn't. I should use like the body as a warm-up to get my coordination tuned in. Most of your art has a Roblox style. Neat. I'm kind of curious and looking forward to the parts in this comic where spooky stuff will be happening and characters will be torn to pieces. I'm quite interested in seeing how I'll handle that. Will I be able to actually make it gory, or will it look stupid? But no rush. We'll see when we get there. No, I'm back on the face. Ugh. It's also like, whenever I'm giving these guys expressions, they turn less ratty and more human face layout wise. Kind of end up forcing their eyes to be quite front facing, which I don't necessarily like, but it's how it ends up being. Whoa. Thanks, Captain Blue. I appreciate it. Have I heard of or seen a game, a Roblox game named Give Me Your Best? No, I've seen 0 Roblox content, so I'm highly unfamiliar. Or should I say wildly unfamiliar? I've only heard of the name Roblox, never looked into what it is, because it's kind of like I'm terrible at checking out new stuff, so the things I discovered in my teens and my early 20s is kind of what's stuck. Whoa, 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 whoa. Getting busty. Nah. There are no busts on these rats. Ugh, wait, my pen keeps turning. Give me your best is the inspiration of your art. Neat. Same way as how Five Nights at Freddy's became an inspiration to Manny, or is it different? Alright, we got a guy. Whoa. I'm gonna add his whiskers. So try not to forget them. These are whiskered creatures. Now, do we have... We have lots of characters here. I'm not sure if I want to do the captain. I do, but he looks too good. He would be hard to draw. Where's the captain? There he is. Colin Craig. Alternative universe about grief and sanity. Important topics. I'm starting to wonder what project I could have to be doing a 3D stream. Actually. So I'm thinking that doing some 3D would be fun. But I don't think I know what I would like to make. Should probably also... Ella, the video game? Dang. Ella Quest. Well, I can't fool anyone. I would be... Even if it would be correct to call it Ella's Quest, I would be constantly saying Ella Quest. But yeah, Ella is challenging in one way. Oh, but think of the furries. That would get their attention. Think of the Ella fans. Still think Ella is a bit complex. Oh, this is... That there's the captain. And we got the belt buckle. Belt buckles are my nemesis. They are so clunky. I could try making like a lizard brother. That could be funny. That would be kind of a tube to shape, but also fairly simple. Yeah, lots of teeth, but I can work with that. Could be nice for reference of them. Not that they're important. They kind of died in the story. All right, we got that one applied. Now for the strand of hair. Oh, this hat. It's been ages since you did Blender. Me too. But I feel like I still know and remember the stuff I learned last time. So it's not that bad. You would need tutorials for navigation and selecting things. Again? I think I got that stuff down. Would be fun actually. If I was doing that, perhaps there would be other people showing up who could give me pointers. on things. Oh, and just like that, the captain's there. Whoa. I'm gonna add some hatching to him. Not sure if it's gonna be of use, but if I don't like it when I come to the color stage, I can remove it. Easy. Easy, easy. Now, since there's very little to zero background here, I can use the background layer as target for this guy. Kinsuke, where is? So far away, dude. I'm trying to tell what's in the middle. There. Apply tool property text. Whoa. That's an option? I have forgotten that. What music do I play when I'm drawing? Well, currently on stream I'm listening to Nintendo music. I don't always listen to music, but I got some character playlists running sometimes. For the time being, I'm quite into a playlist I made for a very edgy character, which is, it's so silly, and I kind of love it. Stuff that brings energy, but music can also be tiresome. So sometimes I'll get like too tired from music. I'll have to accept just existing in silence for a while. But yeah, depends on the mood. For this story, I've also been listening a lot to pirate music, pirate shanties, metal covers, some cute things. But yeah, it depends on the mood. It's really hard to find good pirate music, and it pains me that some tracks would be kind of compelling, but also AI made, which is just a deal breaker. Do I like violin? Violin can be cool. But much like the way I tire from, say, the original soundtrack from Super Mario Galaxy, like on the Wii. The game soundtrack is orchestrated, and therefore it becomes quite, I don't know, tiresome to listen to for a long time. Unlike other like old school retro game soundtracks, I don't have the stamina to listen to orchestrated music too much. Violin can be nice. I don't think I have much particular against it. But depends on the tune and the arrangement and everything. It has to be good. Goes for all music. You got music for me to use? Well, for streams, I will only be sticking to like my shallow selection of Nintendo music. Because I can't be bothered. I enjoy the chill, but sometimes I will stream without having music, and for those streams, people are free to put on whatever extra music noise they want on the side. One thing I want to avoid is just general copyright hurdles. I even had to remove some tracks from these Nintendo playlists because there are certain copyright trolls out there who have made the least effort kind of crappy rap on top of old game soundtracks and claim that as copyright. And they go around just throwing out claims that gets auto-registered by YouTube. And people are getting copyright strikes from that stuff. I tried appealing to one of those, and the troll guy had immediately responded with just refusing my appeal to that, which is first sign of someone being just obnoxious, bad behavior on the internet. Someone existing there just to make it hard for people to exist. Which is kind of rough. But I guess they won. I have removed the tracks from my playlist just to not have that issue come up anymore. Fishing Birdcase has beautiful music. I might check them out. I'll probably not play it on stream though. Just for copyright things. As much as I like noise, I'll try to stay safe. Many of my video uploads have just no sound or music at all because of that. And I kind of don't want to use free music either because, goodness me, so many are using those. I bet people would tire a lot from hearing people use the same samples of the same free music. Not sure how often that happens, but I for certain have heard tracks where I'm like, hey, I heard this in the previous video. Ironically, that would be the case for all of my streams that run through the same playlist. That's different. It's not that different. But for actual videos, nah, I can't be bothered to look up music. I used to do a joke with, well, if the silence is too loud, you can put on some music. Feel free. It's not a good joke. But I do think it's kind of cute. Oh, look at little Reno being all sassy. Being a sassy little boy. too bouncy. Too bouncy a butt. Now we apply that at his final ear. Good. Then we add the effect. These are just some slight effect moving lines. Movement lines, I should say. Adding more whiskers. I will always forget whiskers. And we're back to characters. Actually, I think it is time for me to do a quick BRB. Been on for... where does it show? 1.5 hours? Yeah, so... I'm gonna... oh, I'm realizing I don't have the BRB thing on the vertical screen. Oh well. Whatever. Well, I could... Is this... Oh. There we go, I think. Just gonna BRB real quick. Hello. I return. I was away and I returned with coffee. Which I find rather nice. Now I just felt like I had to center the BRB a bit. Welcome back. Thank you. Now it's time for further inking of Keko. Keko, my dude. No, the bird had a drink and now there's a drop on his beak. That is cute. Oh, just get started. I mean, this position here is quite awkward. I feel like getting his tendons visible here is kind of part of defining the shape that's going on. The birds are cute. Maybe one of these days I could set up a bird cam. But that would be another part of technology that would take time and could go wrong. Feels like with technology nowadays, best practice is to have as little stuff as possible just for keeping the amount of stuff that can go wrong to a minimum. Look, that's for drawing a face. Keko's face. I'm going quite slowly about this, but having streamed for 6 hours every day last week, I should probably take it easy. I wouldn't be saying that we're taking our time with this. Maybe we are. I don't like stuff to be rushed. Although I have done comics before where that has been necessary. I mean, that's practically what the Ella comic is, because it's made in 24 hours. Look, this part here, the headband plus the ears, I will categorize that as poor character design. Because these are parts that easily cluster together and make it less readable. Don't know if I'm right though. Don't actually know, I just have the impression. This is funky. He's not getting a double chin here, but he is for sure leaning his head in a bit of a crazy position. You need to get ready for work. Oh no, Rabbit, don't go. Don't go to work. Thank you for chiming in though. Wish you a good day at work. May it be uncursed. And see you again later. I'm going. See you again. See you around. See you again. Yes. Words. We are experts. Masters of the words. Also, thank you for the good luck. It is much needed. We are moving slowly, but kind of enjoy it. This part I like. Like just following the implications from the sketches. That's quite the happy place. It's very nice. Cool. That's a panel. Panel of characters. Very nice. I'm realizing I should be checking. Checking things. Nothing. Alright. Nothing was to be checked. Oh, my stream view is behind again. Oh. Happy Nintendo tunes to start the day. Oh, that's nice. Okay, where to go next? I guess I'll just accept the jankiness of this one and do things. Seems like the most reasonable choice. Dang, I'm looking at the bird training and being a bird is so much work. Got all these feathers to unpack. Right, move to Semel, where you at? There you are, buddy. Little guy. I kinda wish these bars would be at the top. Oh well. Semel is a cutie. I honestly don't really understand how Semel's head works from this angle. The audience will buy it from his colors being right and everything. But it does feel like it isn't correct in any sense. But that's okay. Oh, every drawing is not meant to be a banger. That's him. And then we move over to Ragetti. Who I should honestly just not care how it looks here, because it feels very wrong. And I shouldn't bother fixing it much. It's not that the show must go on or anything, but I can't stall everything for drawing the side characters poorly, if you know what I mean. They usually look nice. Right, there we get his goofy goofy nose. And his long neck. Dinosaur. Alright, that's spaghetti. Cool. And his whiskers. Now, how's it going? What else we lacking? Yeah, that's one panel down again with the characters. Sorry about that. Now, we got the rat. He's a rat man. And we haven't yet done the sketches for the boys down here. But that's okay, we'll get there. I'll just have to continue moving. And what better way than to continue chronologically? Maybe I'll try to utilize the best tooling, which has been to draw the contour of the character, like prioritize getting that. It's probably most useful for characters with a lot of hair, but seems like whenever I'm drawing stuff and it seems overwhelming, taking only the lines that go around is one of the better ways. I keep forgetting what side Reno's buttons are. Buttons on his vest. Yeah, doing the contour stuff is kind of a quick way to make stuff come together a bit. Scabadabadee! Hello, Patch! Hi! How are you? You're okay? Are you having time off today? Lazy? Nice. We like lazy. Yeah, I'm not viewing the right spot. Shortly it must be full of jobs. No. But jobsing. Jobsing is so demanding. Says I as I'm doing my job. My somewhat self-employed yet still work job. Oh, okay. You got a huge mission going on. All right. So there's stuff happening today. So if you do what you love, you never work a day in your life. Yes. If you continue loving what you do and don't overdo it. There are definitely wrong ways to go about doing what you love, and as a consequence, losing the love for that given activity. And boy, has that been a journey. So that saying is only half the truth. But it's not any less true. Well, I for one have been forced to kind of find back to the love to make it less work and more play. And it is working. We are healing. But it does require some, well, mindful thinking and mindful working and mindful self-expectation. Oh, you're standing your own way when it comes to enjoying streaming? Yeah. All that stuff is kind of a puzzle to figure out. It's just like figuring out what kind of life you want to live, you know? Being like, okay, do I want to do stuff I like to do, or do I want to work up to some ambition, or all those questions? But you are in power of shaping it, of choosing your path. And I've come to, like, I haven't really been promising to stream any more since last week, but then I figured, well, at this point, it's sort of part of what I need to get stuff done. Which is, it feels like a weird one, to be honest. But I don't mind. It's kind of a win, because there is certain, the whole setting up, you know, it's so much work setting up. But is it really, or am I just not used to it yet? Well, and streaming for every day last week kind of got me into at least the general setup routine, which is good. Then I know it better. Of course, now I'm meddling with like potential for using vertical formats on Twitch, just for exploration, not. The whole. Did you know you'll gain a larger audience if you use this hot new feature? All that yap. It's just, what planet am I on? In what world is this true? While also I do know there are plenty of phone users. The world is changing. Well, they don't have to make streaming hard. Into what? Let's don't think about it too hard. I think that's my strategy. I will not be thinking too hard what the world is coming to. Because I got comics to make. I can't be thinking about that stuff. I don't have the capacity. Smart people can be doing that. Leave it for the smarties. Focus on the world of fuzzy people. Sure. Warm and fuzzy. But at this point, with streaming in mind, it is highly likely that I'll just continue streaming and work, and then the entire process of making this comic, or at least finalizing pages, is just going to be out there for others to see. Though I do still wonder, like, if there are people who are going to watch this back and be like, yeah, I'll keep this as work company or something. Art company. As long as your viewers aren't too distracting. No. No. I need to do the streaming, not only because the idea of recording is keeping me from running away for other distractions, but actually the whole yapping and stuff kind of occupies parts of my brain who would otherwise introduce just distracting thinking. So I'm kind of piling the idea that this is being recorded, and anyone watching this back, I wouldn't want to get bored too much. That's one part. And the other is that any viewers who are on chat, who I can respond to, are often helping in keeping me from getting distracted. While I do try to still yap about like what I'm drawing and what I'm trying to do, even without viewers, I do notice I get more easily like distracted and quiet and do other stuff. So viewers good. And if there are bad viewers, I will not do much. Why is Marvel making baby car seats? What? Oh, ads. You were stuck in ads. Cool. I'm sorry. You heard nothing. That's okay, you can watch it back on YouTube. Check the YouTube VOD for the parts you missed. We are... how long? 2 hours and 7 minutes in. You can find it. Little Moon, hello. You're sure it was inspiring? Yes. It was actually the most life-changing information you could have heard ever in your life. But, you just gotta watch it back. Or not. Maybe it would have destroyed your life. The ads saved you. Oh, I got a notification thingy. But it doesn't say what happens. Subs? Hold on. Activity. Why doesn't it show... Patch. Yes, you subscribed. First off, thank you. Thank you for the sub. Second, why does the activity feed not show me who is subscribing when it says like sub goal? You're 75% of the way to completing your goal. Twitch is a butt. Oh, all right. Also, hello YouTube people. Yes, I am making comics. And hello Alexei, thank you for checking out the stream. Yeah, I'm making comics. looking into things and such. Now I'm inking this page. Got 2 kids running down a hill, or half sliding actually. They're just yeeting themselves down in a possibly dangerous area because they are just brave like that. Welcome back, Wex. But yeah, Patch, hopefully you'll get more use of your sub this time if I continue streaming at this frequency. If you press that button, you're subscribed for 3 months. Thanks for the sub, Patch. Wow, alright, so it's kind of a... Draw a circle. Dude, it's not the time. I have no circles to make. Wait, I got it. I'm gonna do it. Hello, thingy. Allow me to... There. You got a circle. That's the least I can do. Now, back to inking. I'm thinking that maybe that redeem right there is a bit too cheap. Am I a small artist? Yes, I am an itty-bitty artist from Norway, living in Norway, drawing in Norway, in the itty-bitty country. And I make this itty-bitty comic that is strictly made in Norwegian, but I do dream of international release someday, maybe once the book itself is done, who knows? But it would be fun to unlock this for the international audience. Don't you think, Patch? But yeah, small artist probably is fitting. I mean, looks like so far my stream views are about 100 people checking by, so yes. In no way, shape, or form a very established or very well-known artist. Which is fine. I'm good with that. I'm just here making my comic, yo. Sharing the progress with you guys and also getting company. So, I win. Which is nice. I get viewers? All you know is the void. Hey, do you also stream to YouTube, Patch? I mean, I do because then the VOD gets saved and people can watch it back if they like. For my part, that is useful for, well, excavating information, footage, for potentially making time lapses, stuff like that. My art is so cool, why am I not famous? Don't know, Alexi. I think I just haven't been enough out there. Also, thank you. You used to stream on YouTube, but then the incident happened? What did I miss? Yeah, Patch. Alexi is wondering too, what happened? We want to know. Completely corrupted and unsavable? Did you... Did any other VODs get like that? I know my VODs are... my VODs seem like they are fine. But there's... Then again, like, compression-wise, there's not much information moving around on screen for my part. You have no idea what happened, but you have other VODs that are fine, or... I'm so curious, I want to know more. And for my part, I'm doing the same every day, so it wouldn't matter if one video got lost, really. But it sucks, though. Especially if you had a good run that you wanted to save. I don't feel like I have the capacity to be recording videos. Wait, no, we're doing things. It shouldn't be... It shouldn't be merging. Oh well. You... Yeah. Alright, Patch. You prefer doing the work. That is respectable. That's also one of my reasons for just throwing it up on YouTube and being like, yeah. It's on YouTube and I don't have to do anything other than... I keep thinking I should be just trimming away the beginning, because that's often a slight delay. Work? Okay, hitting the pause record button now and then. I suppose. Yeah. This here is more of a slow TV kind of stuff. Now we got the characters. Whoa. Whoa. You have a question, Alexi? Go right ahead and ask. Oh. Right. Pirates time. It's the guy. The rat. He's angry. What's my favorite subject? Can you be more specific? Subject to draw, talk about, read about. Bob Ross would be proud. Well, weren't those also a bit like impossible to follow because they did involve some pauses or something? Or skipping? I don't know. I have actually not watched much Bob Ross content, but I did watch enough to tire of the alright, and then we pick up that son of a gun. My favorite school subject? I like maths. I used to like the language subjects, but I preferred the grammar parts of it. And when I went to school, at some point the education moved over, or like up the grades, the subject changed from being about the grammar and stuff that had rules, and were more about like the history of language and the development and blah blah, and that I cannot care for history, but I like stuff that has more like actual answers, correct answers. Because maths is like you're solving a puzzle and you're understanding how numbers work. And that's pretty nice. You like maths too? Nice. Yeah, I like when stuff has a specific answer without being a quiz, but there is actually a logical solution to stuff. And that's pretty cool. I do love language though, but not as a school subject. But learning languages that differ very much from my own. Like I speak natively Norwegian and some English as a second language. But I like dabbling in other languages and trying to understand the logic behind it, look at similarities between languages. Favorite language is Finnish because it's crazy. It's just the wackiest system. I love it. Shout out to Finland. Your language is awesome. You like maths because you want something hard to do? You want a challenge? Yeah. And maths is about solving logical problems. And while schools aren't necessarily good at explaining to you what's useful, if you're able to see what uses it might have, you'll do very well in a lot of places in life because you're learning to understand problems that require answers with numbers. But yeah, maths are cool. Hey Patch, do you like maths? Some people were just unlucky and had like bad teachers and hate maths forever. That's a shame. I will always blame the teacher, but I for one, I was lucky enough to have a good teacher who was just super enthusiastic about it. While others will have teachers who say, like, you raise your hand and you ask a question, you finally dare to ask the question, and they say, "Are you stupid?" That is unfortunate. To anyone having had that experience, I grieve. I grieve for you. It is very unfortunate and shouldn't have gone that way. And now it is up to each of those traumatized by bad teachers to find the strength to pick it up and master it in their own way. You have a basic grasp, but you can't do the complex stuff? Yeah, same. I mean, it's been ages since I touched upon the basics, but I remember liking it. Math is a very important subject because math is everywhere. True. And that is what's one of the dangers when people who hate maths are like, but I don't have use for it anywhere. They fail to see that and won't have any motivation. And boy, will that be a problem later. What I'm terribly weak at, though, is more like society knowledge and knowledge of how government systems work. That stuff is too messy for me. I can't. It's more useful than history, I would say, but I can't. My brain can't. Math attempts to quantize the world so it makes sense. This creates more questions than answers. Matthias Official, hello. Welcome to the stream. I'm drawing a pirate hat. And the rat wearing it. Beautiful drawings, thanks. I am enjoying myself in this drawing of rats. So it might not... I'm not sure. Nobody has ever commented on enthusiasm so far, which I appreciate. You know, sometimes I might sound sarcastic or unenthused when I'm just being boring. The rat is the accessory? Patch, no! Don't let him hear it. You'll hurt his feelings. His ratty feelings. Now, I will say, Patch, that what's funny about YouTube streaming is that I for sure get more viewers who drop by and check it out, like at random, on YouTube than I do on Twitch. Probably because of algorithm stuff. I wouldn't necessarily know. But to me, it's been a positive experience. I appreciate you guys checking out the stream, even if you haven't seen it before. It's quite fun. Maybe you'll try on Saturday? Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be what you could even do if you have the specs for it on your computer. You could stream, but also do the recording. And, well, it would be up to you whether or not you would want to keep the stream. You could delete it and stuff, but what you would get is at least like a place to be visible while you're streaming. Oh, nice. High specs on the laptop. Good. Yeah, so chances are good then. I wish, though, that I did understand the stream together stuff. I would love to do more social streaming. However, at the same time, I don't think anyone would have time to be streaming with me during work hours. Would happen, but streaming together, whoops, would be cool. Oh, have you, by the way, you can't be doing worse than you're doing now, Patch? No. I mean, rip? On YouTube? You keep saying 67 lately? Can someone help you? Best not address it, I suppose. I've seen enough memes. I don't need that nonsense. A friend of mine said that they actually like the joke, and that it can be good. I am not convinced. Does this parrot captain have a name? And why is it Conrad Craig? Good question. I think I got a hang up about the letter K, really. So this is Kekko. We have Konrad. And then we have tons of other names, but let's see. Kargin. Kinski. Yeah, that's it. Captain Conrad Craig. Brain rot because of your brother being an iPad kid? Yeah, you like Craig? Thanks. In Norwegian, I will say Captain Konrad Krieg, but Craig sounds close enough and appropriate, so I'll take it. But yeah, Alexi, yeah, brain rot is everywhere. Best thing to do is not engage. Thanks, glad you like my rants. Welcome back, Nintendo Music. Yeah, today is a Nintendo Music Day. That's how it goes. Lately I've been playing Ocarina of Time randomizer with my partner. And we are bad at the game. He is better than I am, though. I am a terrible fighter. I wish I knew more tricks, but I guess it needs practice. Right. Is this going to be like an effects thing, or is it going to be a cross-hatching thing? Can't wait to stream Ocarina if you finish Metroid Prime. Ooh. You don't think Ocarina would have done a little if the sound design was no point? Probably. Gee, I don't know where to put that. This here. It's him being grrr. This grrr cloud. Yeah, love me some Ocarina of Time music. And randomizer is fun too, though I was a little upset my partner had chosen to include Master Quest dungeons, and I am not confident with Master Quest dungeons. I am also not confident at fighting Bongo Bongo as child, but I fought bravely, failed, had some issues with the C-stick, like using the slingshot, and so I had to give up. Later my partner did completely wobble Bongo Bongo from stun lock him, so that makes my partner the better player, and I can be jealous. You've never done Master Quest? Yeah, I like watching other people do Master Quest. I have no confidence in doing Master Quest. Explorer, hello! I'm having a wonderful Nintendo music-filled day. Full of rats. Which is cool, it's a good thing because rats are cool. Who else feels a little blessed if they see a rat, like, out on the streets? Because I do. I certainly feel blessed. Oh, you saw a big rat? Ew. Yeah, stuff you never knew was around. Beneath your feet. This little thing. It's so tiny. Just to explain. This guy has a bat as his animal sidekick. Guess a somewhat direct translation of the Norwegian word for bat would be flappermouse. And so it's together with the pirates. Woohoo! You do see rats brutally murdered on the roads? No! Lexi learned more from watching YouTube than school? Depends what you're learning. Be sure not to trust everything you see on the internet. The internet might be full of misinformation as well. So, lots of internet content should be taken with a grain of salt. You get confused with animal words and how they determine what is and isn't sentient? Mm-hmm. Fish aren't. For that, I kind of like my solution. While some creatures, like, not some creatures, but a branch of what could be wild creatures has been blessed with sentience, and they can be any animal and represent that to various degrees. They can mix, or well, depending on how far out, like if you have a possum, you can mix it with, say, a rabbit, but the children would just be one or the other. Though if you were crossing a horse and a donkey, you would probably get something. Just some fun shenanigans, mechanics. You keep watching about deadly diseases? Yeah. But yeah, I like my world building solution for what would be the Zootopia equivalent, but not all branches of one animal are blessed with sentience, and so you can meet non-sentient rats in that sense. Sentient, I mean, what do... Rats are cool, rats are smart, but yeah, they don't walk and talk like that. And you can have the fun mix where they would look human, but their mind is all feral. Or the opposite, they would look super feral, but are actually very clever and intelligent. I like that one. Always when there's like animal-oriented films or stories, it's too much about them being the animals and the rules of what they can and cannot do. And that bores me. I just want to see animals, man. I just want to see the animals hang around and be animals or people. Stop overthinking it, yeah. Alright, we got Edgar down. Now we gotta fix some vectors. Adding some points, steering them in the right direction. Trying to make them not feel very stiff, which is kind of the danger with the Clip Studio vectors, is that they very quickly look super dead, static. So I like to have something on top to base it off, give it direction. Are there any shows where all animals, including fish, are sentient? Don't know. I know Reno's world definitely carries like fish people, often like mer people. But they would have their own society. There could be both underwater societies and like on land societies. I suspect, depending on the degree of fish, some could and could not live in the water. Do you mean cartoon shows? I don't know of any for the time being. Cool, we inked the characters. Whoa! There's still background stuff to be done, and this panel here. This general area of vagueness. There probably are. I mean, you have, what's it? Gumball. Doesn't that have a fish? Isn't there some cartoons with some guy with a fish head as well? I don't know. But also SpongeBob. It's not all animals are sentient, but at least the squirrel talks with the others. But they're not human, they are quite kind of aware that they are. They are the funny animals. And you have, what's it called? The animals of Farthingwood? They're not human, they're all animals. You talk to each other while they suffer humans. Oh, I gotta do this. Hey look, Patch, it's your circle. Huzzah! I'm gonna focus on Reno first. Tell me, Patch, is Rhino a name anywhere in English? And without the H. Baroness Cat, hello! Account created 1 minute ago. Thank you for dropping by. Oh, how lovely! I like your username. Very royal. Rino is a Japanese name. Interesting. Wouldn't have expected that. Look at the boys. They run in. Now, how big will these be? Ooh, sorry. We're working. Yeah, we're figuring out the sketch here. I think he is he's accumulating enough speed that he is totally doing the Naruto, or somewhat. For actual Naruto run, you would have to straighten the arms, and the other one would be obscured by the head, probably. But do I like the balance of the drawing? No, I don't. I don't. Ugh. Another design flaw is his ponytail is like here, so you can't really see it. Anistera on YouTube, hello. Or a rat tail. I mean, he's the lynx. So you got his short, tiny tail and his ear tufts, and that's pretty much it. I can't make it work. I guess it makes it good enough. Fine. Alright, so they're like swooping down, like so, this way. I'm not extremely liking that Keko's position here. It's kind of like he's running too much to the right. Your time has come and you need to fill your belly. Oh no, poor you, you're getting food. That sounds like a good act of self-care. Thanks again for putting my patch. Bye bye, have a good meal. Oh, shrimp? Oh, I will. Thanks for the reminder. So I like I partially like torso thing happening here, but I'm thinking that I want him to be less stretched out. Best feeling to untrim. Yeah, my back goes crackle. Now, this shot is funny because Keko is using his tail for balance. I'm thinking so his head is probably here instead of the original spot. Then this leg is pointing straight forward. Run looks so lovely. Thank you! It's kind of a high energy run. Now I gotta scroll over to Keko. He has kind of long feet. Should be ruining that. Like that. And what we cannot really see is that he's kind of he's using his other arm to sort of hold on to the bag that he's carrying. I'm not sure how that will work. We have that part dragging behind. He's one of those who there's the patch to let out the tail. Ugh, this entire tail. It's pointing the wrong way. Look, they don't connect. I gotta fix that. There. Saved it. Solved it. Fixed it. Easy. This face. No. It looks dreadful. That's fine though. We'll fix it. We'll fix it in post. So, by hiding that stuff, this guy's legs is everywhere. He's not that elegant. I think his arm is too big. Maybe I don't like exactly where it is, but it's good. Good enough? Yeah. Sure. Now I gotta fix his, yeah, these parts need a revisit. This will all be very small in print, so probably not wise to detail too much. I'll actually go with the dot eyes. Oh, didn't realize that. This is supposed to be the fine sketch, and this. Look at him. It looks stupid. He has to be protected from himself. Alright, we give this a cleanup pass. Now his hair is dragging him behind a bit. Now for Keko, it feels like his head is not big enough. You can look here that their head size is sort of kind of the same. So I have to enlarge this, but not his ear. That one's big enough already. Like so. Then we got the t-shirt. My birds are just chillaxing beside me in their cage. Like cute little marshmallows. Gotta remember his patch on his shorts. Alright, I'm not super in love with the leg here, but I guess it does the job. I can't master all of them. And we can have some cross hatching going on here. That kind of emphasizes the background's layout, but I shouldn't go too much into detail with that because you know a lot of that detailing will happen in just straight inks on top of the colors. But I can do like showing these dust parts. Then we have like, alright, we need to show where this is where they slid down, possibly. So we have some slide. I'll just call it the slide tracks, because I can remember like they were just there. So we're still missing some detailing on Reno. Look at him go! He's just a happy kid. His hands get so large when he's seen far away. Silly. I'll also just cheat. I'll show his ponytail. Another design issue. He has these ears and he has a short ponytail, and the ears will usually come in the way and cover the ponytail unless I cheat. Just do other stuff. Just put it in more convenient places. Which, by all means, is the beauty of making 2D art. You can cheat. As in putting stuff in places where they wouldn't logically be, just for visual earning gain, visual perks. Just a short distraction. Nightmare, hello. Welcome to the stream. What am I drawing? I'm drawing some kids running. It's part of my comic. Now I just sketched the kids here running down a slope, and they're ready for inking. But we got some pirates on adventure. They're looking for treasure. Kids are coming along and they're being unruly and annoying. But also braver and more alert than their fellow pirates, which is pirates. I love inking. But if there's one thing I really don't like, it's whenever I want to ink something but there's nothing to ink. And so I will have to draw something first. That is sad. I'll be too impatient to draw something nice and then it will feel terrible to be inking it. You're drawing right now too! Awesome! How lovely! It's always fun when people are drawing along. Hello, Brownie Bear! What am I drawing? I'm drawing kids running for my comic. I'm in the middle of inking characters. And once that's done, once I get all the characters down, I could rough flat them and start focusing on the background. Oh wow. I should really keep that fist simple just to avoid any weirdness. What do I use to draw? Using a non-screen drawing tablet. Wacom Intuos 4. To draw in Clip Studio Paint, which is my beloved comic drawing software. But yeah, not a very fancy setup. I do have a quite large art monitor. No, it's kind of peaceful right now. As long as I don't think too hard about it, I'll be finished with characters in no time. Which I think qualifies as thinking too much about it. Oh yeah, traditional media is really nice. I like that. However, having a comic I'm doing, which is more efficiently done digitally, I don't get to use too much traditional media. That said, would be cool to do some painting again soon. Been a while since I touched my watercolors. Kind of wish I had a space and setup for proper like filming traditional drawing, but thanks to the birds being quite next to me, it's kind of hard. It's a bit cramped, but it is a very good digital art space. How do I find the motivation to draw so much? Good question. And that is a long story. The short and confusing answer is that I don't really feel that motivated a lot of the time. But it is rewarding to see stuff appear on the page. It is rewarding to see the progress I'm doing. And as much as I hate getting started, I do love to ink. I love some parts of the process. Now this story here is quite long in the works story. So it's been a very long ongoing project where the hardest part has been to write it, actually. Figuring out what's supposed to happen in terms of, I know where I want stuff to go, but there's the matter of how it's going there. Like, how do they end up? That kind of stuff. But in previous streams, I've been yapping about burnouts. I think I'm motivated to work on this because it is my own thing. For a good while, I was doing some freelance work as a children's book illustrator, and that stuff was killing me. So it's about finding something that works and engages yourself, or me personally. You subbed? Nice! Thank you, Nightmare! And look, there we have the rap running. Whoa! Yeah, I like illustrating. I like the challenge in comics. Because writing automatically adds requirements to certain drawings. and suddenly I have a script to follow to tell the story. Like, I'm not very good at like single illustration work that's telling a story. Wish I was, but I'm not. And so following the script helps me draw characters that do various things. They hop around, they are viewed from challenging angles, stuff like that. And I find the challenge very engaging. I like it. I will complain a lot, but I like the challenge. But also, drawing is one of the things I'm fairly good at. And so it's one of the things I stuck to. I'm not very good at applying for jobs. As much as I would like some line of work that would give me a safe income, I'm not really good at just applying for jobs. And applying for jobs is super draining, soul crushing. So I'm kind of stuck with doing this, which is fine. Children's illustration might not be my thing, but I do enjoy adding pictures to my own stuff and trying to write myself. That gives me the challenge of testing my might as an author, which feels cool. I think so far it is working fairly well. I did have some unfortunate experiences with a publisher before. But things are working out, it seems. Looking brighter. Now it's just about getting around to do the stuff. But here's the thing. I am dreadfully lazy. In that I don't like to work. Even getting started is work. And so right now, I'm using streaming as a way to get started. Which is, for the time being, a quite fun hack. I get to archive stuff that I do, and at the same time, others can watch the process of finalizing comic pages, which I think is fun. I like sharing techniques, and hopefully someone will be watching this and finding stuff, like just bits and pieces, useful. And if that's the case, I'll be happy. I'll be happy enough. Alright, that's all the characters. Yay! Good work, guys. Now for the character flats. Char F. Let's fill it with something and save the progress. Everyone working on their own stuff. If digital, save your progress. I'm not lazy and I draw so much. You could never. Yes, I have practiced a lot. But I've had to wrestle kind of wrestle myself into doing stuff. Which I wouldn't say feels kind of odd, but it's not a non-effort thing. It does. At this point, I'm well practiced in some things, but getting started can still be hard. Which is kind of what I mean by being lazy. I can dawdle so much. So dang much. And that's even if I know that I don't like not accomplishing anything throughout the day, it's not enough to make me do anything. Like, the punishment of feeling like I wasted my day is not enough to keep me from wasting my day, basically. Most of the time. But also I gotta keep a certain standard to not get depressed. So if I do way too lazy work, I'll be sad. I'll not enjoy what I'm doing. But it's also always tempting to be lazy and do a crappy job, even if it's punishing. So it's complicated. It's a struggle. I guess what I'm getting at is just that it's not a struggle-free process, even if it looks like I might be mastering a lot of it. Thing is, when you're getting good at something, is that stuff will be less challenging. And some things, while I like the challenge of picture required that has a difficult angle or viewpoint, it's not, how do I say it? Suddenly I struggle to keep focus on it, if that makes sense. It's so easy to do, and it is fun to be into it, but it's the getting started part. In Norwegian, we would call it dørstokkmila, which is literally translated the doorstep mile, meaning heading out the door is just the longest stretch. The most challenging part is getting started. You can relate to everything? Yeah. But I find it valuable to remember that even people who seem like they are good at something or are mastering stuff, they might just as well be skilled in coping with the struggles. And I for sure have periods of being good and or bad at those things. Usually good, sometimes bad. Now, do I delete that? Seems a bit much. Oh, I'll do that. And then we make selection of the inks. We make a selection of the inks. There we go. We can hide those. I'm still at my character F. We hit my button. Oh, those are barely traces of stuff. I'm not keeping that. But the rest looks like it's fairly filled. Good. Then I can delete the outside. And we got our character flats, or at least the base character fill. What did I draw the most when I was younger? You're guessing cats? You're not wrong. Which is funny because I barely know how to draw a cat, like an actual cat. But some of my first original characters were cat people. I remember being obsessed with adding like cat adjacent Mary Sue fan characters to shows I liked. But before that, in kindergarten, I was drawing dragons with lots of teeth, big monsters. Alright, you got characters. Whoa! And the reason you got up and started drawing right now? Neat. Love to hear it. Also, you go. It's nice drawing together. However, we've been on for what, 3.5 hours? I suppose it's time for another BRB. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll be off for a short break. Let's see. Gotta get my stuff up. BRB screen. I should also add that to the vertical. Even if it's not important, I feel like a BRB is nice. Nice to keep. Doesn't have any transitions. So annoying that I can't keep just copy and paste assets in OBS. Hi Alexi, welcome back. I'm heading off on a short break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Hello. Hold on, is the transition not working? It's not? Oh. So weird. Good. Good. Oh. That's not great. I should make a better BRB thing. I'm just meddling with some transitions that I thought I had added. You're drawing a guy eating an apple because apples are food. Right. Wait, what's the difference for slide? Oh, can't see. Transitions. It is a slide. Was it a swipe? I don't get it. Oh well. That's a thing. Tuber is a thing. Alright. All set. You messed up and you're drawing with a pen? No, don't give up. Drawing with a pen is awesome. Builds discipline, and also you get to explore finding new ways to make what you're drawing into something else if you happen to mess up. Oh, what? Let's see. Alright, for real this time, I'm back. Now, back to the workies. We're doing backgrounds. Parts I'm noticing here is for this. Got these clouds here. And I'm wondering if I just want them to be a little more upwards facing. Oh, look at you guys, exchanging dongers. Love it. I'll be popping this bit up, like so. Then, transparency is locked, so I gotta fill in. Oh. That was not supposed to happen. We can retry. Move this up a bit. Then that. We select that. It's set to background. We fill in the void. We uncheck transparency lock, we fill in the void. Very nice. Feels like I could be like doing something swooshy on here. I'm gonna screenshot this because I really like it. You tried fixing the mistake and made it worse? No, you made it different. Might not be what you had in mind, but it became something else. Alright, now we're back to the background. Save the progress. Oh, right, I was going to just post my screenshots places. Got this workshop channel. Whoops, that's wrong. Not what I intended. I'm so lost. Hello? No. Oh. Sometimes I'm just a boomer at navigating stuff. Alright. Remember to hydrate! Oh, goodness! Hydration reminder. Thank you, Explorer. Nobody told me there'd be a reel still on screen. You guys. There. Hydration accomplished. Alright. Now for deselection. Targeting the background layer. I think it is safe for me to make a selection of the character flats and just delete that from both background and the background. Oh, never mind. Mostly the background. This is just to do less cleanup work later. So that allows me to hold on. Lesser brush eyes. Yeah, it allows me to draw stuff on top, and when I merge it or transfer it down, it'll be automatically masked, which is nice. Who are you enjoying Nightmare? Yeah, I'll like me some squiggly clouds. They're not very important, they can even be distracting, so whenever I get to like the coloring phase, I will have to tone down the clouds a bit. For the time being, it's fine. We do good. maybe I'll make a selection out of the panels just to skip the cleanup. Hello, Mary. Welcome to the stream. When am I going to end the stream? When I'm tired and feel done, probably. No plans today. I'm done when I'm done, basically. Alright, Alexia, you going to eat now? Thanks for dropping in. Have a nice meal. But yeah, don't know when I'm ending stream. You know, these can be quite I wouldn't say the random. That's not the word I'm looking for. But oh, what's the word? Unpredictable. Inside determination. Thanks. But yeah, I do have my document that I use to like track how far I've come, where I do take off whenever I manage to finalize inks and eventually colors as well. And that tracker says that I have to do like a whopping 6 steps every day in order to make it to the arbitrary deadline of the 1st of January, which of course is not happening, but is for the time being a good pointer that I should at least not stall or go too slow. To be clear, like a step in this context is anything from a draft, sketch, layout, inks, flats, full colors, and final colors. So in theory, I could be finalizing a whole page and get done quite a bit of those stages all at once. Though I am focusing on doing the inks for the money I have. Like I don't get paid for making this, but I did land some funds to be able to work on it, which is very nice, by the way. But that money is reserved for whenever I hit a milestone in terms of I can't be paying myself for reaching all of those little steps. But I have decided that I'm paying myself like 1,000 kroner for one finalized page of inks, and then another measly 250 kroner for finalizing colors. That will, to some extent, motivate me to move forward by doing inks, which is the most fun part and kind of the most important part. While at the same time, the low pay for coloring might motivate me to try to do a good enough job and not a too long-lived, like it has to be perfect, I'll go on forever kind of job. So it's meant to make me speed up, hopefully, when we get the colors. But inks are, of course, the more lucrative ways I'm going to pay myself. You wish you could show your drawing? Do you have anywhere you can post it? Oh, these bouncy clouds are way too distracting. Oh my goodness. It's funny though. Your YouTube channel? Yeah. That's a place to post it. And if it's relevant, you can tag me, you know? Apparently, somehow that ends up showing up in some community overview in the YouTube studio. I don't understand the YouTubes. Alright, these are my clouds. And along with it, I don't know how to. Inking is the most satisfying. Oh yeah, Explorer. Glad you like my clouds. Yeah, I love that spiraling swoopy. I gotta do more of them just to learn like what I want out of that language. Shape language. I should probably hand the bird some food actually. If the bird wants to step out of the food container. Hello? Bird? Reaching my hand into the cage to say hello, bird. Come get me. Come out of the food bowl to get me. I dare you. I dare you both. There you go. Oh yeah, fight me. Them birds. Right, back to it. You have to go now? Alright, Nightmare. See you. Wish you a great day. Now, I'm just going to not care much for this background here. It's more of an implied kind of thing rather than explicit, like accurate background. But you do notice I have some cleaning up to do in regards to the colors. Like filling in parts. So we got the clouds inks being visible across the border from the bush, which is on me. After all, the bush wasn't there when the cloud arrived, so we do like this. Just some light masking. Then back to the clouds. Tempted to just do this. not that. Wrong layer. Cool. I'm tempted to just do this. There we go. That is part of cleanup. Now what? Oh, it's a background lasso. I like keeping different lasso fill tools. One is for filling in holes where there is nothing from before, and the other is just for overriding color. Feels tighter, and I don't have to like open this blending mode panel and find my way to the background options here. So I just keep them as separate tools, and I'm a happy fish. Happy as a clam. Now, is it kind of like there being some blue to it, but we'll try to keep it simple. Just feel like my my life is just a Nintendo soundtrack. Should probably show this technique to Rabbit, but he would like it. Of course, it could be a look to completely offset parts of this, like being outside the inkworks. Could be cool. I'm not going to experiment with that right here and now, but I've been watching the modern DuckTales series lately and quite enjoy it. Enjoy it a lot, actually. They do the kind of misprint effect where like you got the filled shapes being sort of offset. It's a cool look. Good background strats. Now for this, we just hit it like so. All nice and clean. That's one part of background. And then next up, I want to do the simple one here. I don't want to do anything complex. So with that, I want to do some spikes. What? Hold on. Who thinking? I don't like to think. But it's healthy. Thinking is good for you. Alright, we got some spike trees. I think there are two kinds of spike trees on this island. One is those who have like fan-like leaves at the top. The other is just well, kind of a boring tree, but with like spikes hitting outside. Like so. Whoa. Yeah, very, very exciting. Keep an eye on how it looks in print view. I wish Clip Studio supported different settings for print view. Like print view, I'm calling it print view, but it's more like a zoom that is calibrated to your screen size. Kind of wish Clip Studio allowed me to configure various resolutions depending on, like, for each monitor. So what could be nice would be a print view showed on my different screen, my other screen. It's just a thought, because I have to manually like measure the screen for it to determine how large stuff should be, like approximately. Alright, I forgot, there's text here. That's kind of important. We can hide, have it partially visible, like so. Then we apply this background color and we can move over to fixing this. Or rather, clean it up. Come on. Don't be shy. Holes. Gaps in my line art. Like so. Very good. That's the background. Anything involving the tracks is kind of like, oh, I don't wanna. It's the tracks, the footprints. They are a challenge. But we can still do it. The important part is to move forward. I'm just staring at this. Ah, it hurts. Now we need a sketch visible here to tell like what's the big idea. I was considering whether or not I should be adding some layer of depth here to implicate, just as a way to help me hint further at the tracks before moving over to the inking. I think I will do that like this. Even if I have to clean it up, it feels more reasonable in a way. Helps me determine the shape somewhat. Oh no, I'm getting queasy from all the coffee. Oh no. Mhm. Guiding the background just a little. I want it to be matching somewhat what's happening here. Meaning, I've drawn some bushes here that don't really belong. So maybe it's more like that. And like there's this happening in the distance. I do notice there are some bushes in the distance. I think I'll use my square brush for that. Doesn't matter much how they're looking. Alright, that's something. This to be a different color just because it's more in the distance. But maybe this is... It's not important. These are all just temporary colors anyway. Actually, this one is kind of bad because it's hard to see. I'll tune it. There we go. Better. Hey, welcome back, Alexei. Now. Yeah, I'm being very... I'm having trouble committing to any of these parts of the background. I should remind myself that it is not that important that anything is accurate. It is fine. However, I choose to draw it, because like continuity between the background stuff, it's not anything story related that is very important in terms of these tracks that I'm drawing, other than perhaps the scale of them. But you know, it's fine. I can accept that I'm bad at scale. It's not a huge deal. And this is the first edition of this story anyway, so I don't worry too much. First edition. Well, first official take. And getting these tracks to read as well as tracks with ink, that's a huge challenge. I feel very grateful for this technique that allows me to do stuff. Now, we got Kekko here who is sliding down. And it's whipping up some dust clouds. Really don't know how I'll be coloring those actually. We're doing some grass. Oh, come on. Hit it. Here we have some sort of aloe. Don't know if this will ever be visible, but doesn't hurt. Hey, Glitstar! Hi, how are you doing? Your heart stopped when you were scrolling through your notifications? Oh, you have to go, Alexi? Alright, bye-bye. Don't worry about it, Glitchstar. Unless you're very much worrying about your watch streak. Which I do understand. It is fun to keep a streak. But glad you could catch it, Glitchstar. That's super neat. Well, you haven't missed anything exotic. As you can see, we are drawing kids. We're sliding through sandy paths. Screw those streaks, you wanna see me? Aww. That's super sweet, thank you. With this here is like partially grass that has been stepped on. No, I don't want this. Ugly. Excuse me. This is better. Well, today is a good day. It feels like I opened this, I didn't want to work. Yet here I am, having progress. That feels wonderful. Wanna see a trick? Oh no. What's it gonna be? Show me a trick. Hydrate? Goodness me. Alright, I'm gonna hydrate. On my nice milky sugary coffee. Thank you. Alright, nice. I like this. This sandiness. Looks good. Hydration. Now we go briefly back to this to clean up some color stuff. I don't know to what extent this is actually necessary. Full-on accuracy isn't really going to do much. Not for the small pictures. You like the little guy's expression? You mean Rhino? That's Rhino without an H. Little main character. Though I wonder if Rhino isn't a common name for, like, say English, I wonder what would be his name in English, because for as much as I dream about an international release of this comic, I've merely thought of, alright, the pirates. That would work. The pun pirates would work in several European languages, which would be fun. People don't really name characters with animals. What? Yeah, that's actually not that Rhino is an animal name in Norway, but Norway actually does have a few animal-oriented names, which I find cool. The Björn is a common one, which is bear. Ulf is an old one that originates from wolf. You also have Varg, which would be kind of metal and badass as a name. Like, telling people that your name is Varg. Isn't that what they're called in the Lord of the Rings? Those hyena, wolfy things. I think it was. So, that would be cool. Animal nicknames to signify someone's power or personality. Yeah. Usually. Okay, I'm happy with background stuff here, I think. Looking good. I say as I continue fiddling with it. Done. Okay, good. Over to the background. You also have not too many. I'm not sure if, like, eagle is one. Or, well, actually, I don't think it's the origin, but Egil is a common name, and saying it out loud, I realized that, oh, it's kind of like eagle. Barely. Almost not. I'm not sure. Yeah, you have. There's a certain bird, I don't know the English name. Both Ea and Are are bird names. So yeah, Norway carries a few animal-based names, which I think is cool. But yeah, Reno is, well, much like Ron. Oh no, his name is going to be Ron. Like Ronny Rino and Ronny is kind of names of people who are, well, it's not that they are, but you get the impression that many criminals are named Ron or Ronny, and so I guess it checks out. Reno is kind of becoming a criminal, but in a society or kingdom where the laws are bull crap. So, what does it mean to be a criminal in such a state? You call all birds just birds? Oh, birds are interesting though. They're fun, they're colorful, and very often many birds are named after the most boring colors on them. Like you would have, say, now I'm just, might not be real birds, but like a gray-winged woodpecker, and it has its obvious red top of the head, stuff like that. Or you would have a completely yellow bird and would call it blackbutt, stuff like that. It's so silly. Bird names are stupid. It's hilarious. I actually like playing a board game called Wingspan, which has a lot of those. It's always funny to see, like, oh, this is a, well, they could have picked something more exciting part of that bird, for sure. Stinky biologists are demoralizing all birds with insignificant names. Yeah, but it doesn't make the birds less significant, because they are cuties. And fun little alien beings. Small dinosaurs with feathers. Which is pretty cool. I didn't care much for birds a couple of years ago. I know my basic birds like crows, magpies, seagulls, sparrows, well, eagles I wouldn't see much, ducks. Just your regular amount of birds, swans. But as I'm learning more of birds, I'm also baffled to see that people cannot tell crows and magpies apart. That one surprised me. People are like, oh, I got hold of an injured bird. I think it's a crow. What do I do? And you look at the picture and like, dude, that's a magpie. It is a corvid. It is in the crow family, but it isn't a crow. Chickens are dinosaurs? Yeah, they are. So are my pigeons. Little flying dinosaurs. I love the little dragon sky legs. It's so cute. So funny. There we go. That's the background for that part. Oh no, another one down. Knows it no end. Oh, we're back to the hard ones again. Bah. Bah. Okay, actually, this one will be easy. It'll be tedious, but it isn't hard. This one needs some more love. You don't think magpies even look like crows? Exactly. I feel I would assume that it is more commonly observed that crows are usually black or dark gray birds. And then you would have ravens, which are like, okay. Like, most common crow in Norway is the hooded crow, which is mostly dark gray with, well, a black hood. And ravens are big black baddies. Yeah. It's, birds are fun. I like birds. And it's when you start looking like at biology stuff, and especially just how many species there are of so many things, that's kind of food for character design. People like making creatures and stuff, but sometimes you can notice that someone are making these creatures that, well, nature did it better. Creatures like certain things already exist and look pretty good. Okay, I need my reference. Where is it? Here. Off with the selection. Right. So I want it to look just a smidge like this. Oh, I think I know what I can do. I can cheat. How long has the stream been going? 4.5 hours. So we're quite well along on the today's work day. All right, I'm going to check how viable it is to cheat this one. Watch me pull up my copy pasting tricks. Except it's going to suck because I'm opening this and it is quite scary. Now we have the inks, the background, characters we don't need. What is cross-hatching? No, not needed. Ah, but the characters are... Wait. I see how it is. Okay. This time it's something special. Get up and stretch. Goodness me. Look at you stalling my stream. Thank you. My knees need the activity. Alright, I'm up. I'm stretching. I'm making use of the moment to refill my hydration device. Sorry for any kitchen ambience noises. So, water acquired. The coffee had me feeling queasy. Alright, let's do a proper stretch. Arms up. Feel it in the back. Oh dear. It's actually a pretty good day outside. I should be going out. Got no plans to though. Alright, little twist. And we're back at the seat. And shrimp, but I just stretched. Oh well. Alright, so... What is it? We got color. And we got inks. If I select those two... And... we want just a bit. A small part of this. Like so, perhaps? Copy that. Create new from clipboard. Good. Then we can go in and... well... there's no C. We can delete that. We can add that. We just add these things. And then we got... Oh, sweet. It only brought the things that were in there. I'm deleting that part. Or... I don't know. Effects. Nothing. Background. Ink temp. No. BBG. Panel. No. And then we copy that. Now we gotta close this and not save. Copy that. See if I can fit it in. Paste. Of course, it is quite big. Look at me cheating. Haha. Let's see, what's it? Evil Grusart is cheating? Yes, I am cheating. No one can stop me. Now I can move this around for a bit, like check how it looks. How will the text look on top? I should probably try to push it a little further, shrink it more. We do have quite a lot to work with. Maybe I could even be crazy and tilt it a bit. No, shouldn't. That's too crazy. It's okay to get some stacks sometimes. Yeah. Thank you, Explorer, for valuing my cheating. Without stretching out face stiffness. True. I'm glad you still find the Semel to be cute. But alright, I'll just keep these here. Yeah, look at that. Oh, cheating. They're kind of standing there and looking from that view, so, you know, shouldn't be bothering to redraw all that stuff. Alright, that was quicker done than intended or expected, I guess, but we good. We good. On to the last panel. At this point, I'm feeling like I would like to have a 3D model of the cave entrance with the tracks. But that's silly, and I shouldn't. That would be way too much work for, like, compared to how often I would make use of it. Yeah, we don't need that one. We can have this as reference. And so we're back to the regular background. Do I have any sketch stuff going on? Layered characters? No. Sketching characters? No, not really. Kinda. Layout. Yeah, layout doesn't really add much. Also, save. Remember to save, guys. Yeah, no, we're just hopping straight on the inks. Now this is background stuff, and we wouldn't want it to compete too much with the characters. So let's see, I got some cross-hatching to do actually. Wait, was that on the sketch? It is. Right, we'll follow that. Without saving, you'll face frustration. Yeah, or at least the consequence of a surprising, unsuspected hardware or software crash. You know, just computer things. Boy, am I wrestling technology. Right, back to viewing this from afar, so I can tell like how much details should I add. Okay, the layout thing is not adding much. Yeah, we apply that to the cross-hatching layer and move over to background. You have to live. Oh, right, Glitchstar. Thank you for dropping by, though. It's always nice to see you. Wish you a nice day. I'm trying to just interpret, like, what am I looking at? What boggles my mind here is how overlapping tracks that go to different layers of depth, how they affect each other. And how some will, like, erase the other tracks. It's all quite, like, I don't have to understand it, but it will look better if I do. Like, I'm at the level where whatever I draw will do the job. But it will always look better if I, well, do a good job, you know? So it will look good enough. Might look clunky sometimes or somewhere. I like how some parts overlap like this. It's driving me crazy. But I'll have to do my best and not think about it. But this will easily become my least favorite part in the book, like from not result-wise, but least favorite as in most work to perform. No. How's it looking? Now, as previously stated, I do want this to be looking quite good. Like, I want it to be... Oh, I'm lacking out on the words. I guess it was nothing. Can't remember. Blanked out. Brain stop. How's this music? It's... Yeah, it's not too loud, I think. I am kind of sensing the quite intrusive fragrance of bird poop. It's getting a bit much. Did you guys know that bird poop smells? Fragrance, yeah. Quite unwelcome fragrance. Oh well, what can you do? I chose this life. Do I think it's worth it? Yeah. Company of the Birds is just lovely. It's kind of like having a cat that isn't that much into socializing. Like, they don't like being petted to that extent. Or so far they don't. But as one who worked from home, mostly alone, yes, it is worth it. They are silly creatures who go about and do stuff, and it's basically bird exists and my heart melts. And just that, super worth. And honestly, the smell is more an issue on the cleaning part of things. The floor does need a deep clean. Not that I don't wipe the poop, you know, but some of it accumulates in hidden spaces and places. Some of it dries up, gets a bit stuck. Yeah, it is indeed time for some floor cleaning. What pigeon breed do I have? I don't know their names. But one is definitely of some named breed because I've seen pictures of it. Chip is brown and grey speckled. And while I don't know the breed exactly, I know he used to be a homing pigeon. Used for racing. Then he was found, like he got lost, and he was found and rescued by someone. And then he lived a couple of years somewhere until I adopted him. While Theo is, I don't know, some white pigeon. Brown gray pigeon breed. Let's see. Homing pigeon breed. I thought this wouldn't be hard. You got me googling pigeons. I have no clue. I saw a listing of those in at some sales webpage, but yeah, no clue. Pigeon breeds are so funny. They look so crazy. Of course, you have the unethical ones as well, but while I don't support pigeon racing as a sport, I'm happy that there are people who like keeping pigeons. Alright, nothing exciting is going on. I should probably stop. Pigeons! Looks kind of like a red checkered pigeon, but that's more a coloring than the actual stuff. Sorry, we're going down a hole. I know I saw a listing of this somewhere. Because I've seen listings of pigeons just like him. Now I'm scrolling the sales page. I'm so sorry. No, can't find any. Oh well, I give up. There's one that looks like they have fancy trousers. Neat. I'm still like baffled how far breeding goes in terms of the crazy breeds that are like, oh god, this is animal cruelty. And for pigeon racing, I have the impression that there's a whole lot of like, it's not like people who do pigeon racing value the life of the racers. It's just meant it's more as a tool for trying to win, and so they will be extremely cynical about like, oh, this pigeon isn't good enough, snap the neck, pop. We don't talk about that breed. Oh, there are many of that breed. Many kinds, many crazy kinds. And while homing and racing pigeons are less, how would you say, misshaped, I find breeders have well, it doesn't seem very nice to be that bird. Also, pigeon racing in general, I just really don't like the idea of like, oh, if I understood correctly how it works, it's like, oh, you grab a pigeon, take it away from its bonded mate for it to fly home and perhaps get lost or eaten by predators or everything like that. I'm like, no, doesn't sound like a good time. There's a completely disproportionate one, which looks like a kid throwing up a bird. Yeah, there's a whole list of freaky bird breeds, but some of them are kind of cool. Not the freakiest ones, but you have that one that it looks like it's just wearing a fur coat, like a fur hoodie. Do you know the one? Yeah, I love birds. I don't know my bird names or breeds. But yeah, which is why I'm like, oh, yeah, character and creature designers, look around. Grab the inspiration right before you. Of course, knowing pigeon and, well, other animal names and breeds is a whole skill. It's a whole field. So, I get it. It's hard. The Jacobin, that's the one, yeah. Those are a vibe. Definitely one of those thrice divorced character design vibes. I think I drew one for art fight once. Yeah, Jacobin? Kinda cool. Not sure how it, like... Well, it for sure wouldn't survive long without being able to see behind it. But we don't talk about that. Sorry, any vegans. Having to listen to this. If pigeons are bred with advantages and not aesthetic, they would be more charming. While yes, You can feel that and you can say that. But that will be super widely interpreted differently depending on who you ask. So it's kind of a, oh, what does it mean kind of statement. What do you count as an advantage? So would even count it as an advantage that the tumbler and other pigeons just can't fly? Just bred to be useless birds. Being bad at birding. People are like, yes, this is the perfect bird. It's kind of wacky. I'm not super into it. Dogs are crazy as well. Dogs are more known though. I feel like pigeons seem so niche. And as much as I hate the cruelty, I love that people are even interested. But you also have like crazy aesthetic. Well, the goal for aesthetic seems to just be ever skewed. Goldfish breeds. How do people... What's wrong with us? Honestly, what's wrong with us? We're crazy. Simple solution, we're crazy. I suppose goldfish, fish, are probably enduring way more cruelty as well. Everybody knows that fish don't have souls, fish don't have feelings. Fish do like pets though. And large cheeks. Ooh, I think I've seen that kind of picture. But what is it? Is it like a creator challenge? Like, how terrible a spore creature can you create and still have it survive in this world? You don't know why people find it cute? They probably don't know about the pop anytime part. Probably. Right, I'm turning the music down just a bit. There. That's what you say. Yeah. It's... I will not be saying that pugs are cute. Because I know they are suffering. They don't even know, like, what breathing is supposed to feel like. Skulls are cooked. Oh no. Yeah. No, it's awful. I don't get it. It's wild how that's a fascination someone latched onto and started digging on about. I kind of like that we're gaining knowledge from stuff like that, but there's also the dark consequence and ethical, not even dilemmas, but just ethical Ethical boo-boos, I'll say. So yeah, I mean, I can't even be like, oh, corgis are so cute. The moment I see a short-legged dog with a long back, I'm just like, poor fucker. I mean, poor creature. See, the stream is not made for kids. The pogs. You mean pugs or corgis? Or both? Wasn't it? Yeah, pug's a Chinese breed, right? Chinese bulldogish something. Basically, breeding a dog so useless that look, not even my pets have to work, kind of thing. Don't know where I got that from. Don't use me as a source. Don't use me as a source for any fact you spread on the internet. I'm spreading lies and assumptions and possibly faulty information. Yeah, I think I seem to recall seeing a photo of a Chinese royal woman alongside a pug or other just terrible dog breed. With the context that, alright, they even bred dogs to be useless, lazy things that didn't need to work, and you could keep them to show how rich you are. Have you seen? So that's one thing, yeah. Having all the breeds who are like, oh well, it hurts to exist, wow, but I'm a happy dog. But have you seen certain breeds, well, pugs and other short-snouted dog breeds that will faint in hot weather and or whatever when they struggle to breathe, and owners are like, oh well, time to do the good old mouth-to-mouth thingy, while some are like, this is how you do the mouth-to-mouth on a dog, and they get extremely roasted for you're supposed to do the mouth-to-nose on the dogs, apparently. But even having to do that and taking it as a non-dire thing, that's kind of distasteful. Like, oh, ha ha ha, my dog just fainted. I'm gonna pump him back up. Don't worry. Feels disgusting just to say it. Ugh. As much as I love the idea of like a teacup Pomeranian, I'm not getting one. Dogs bred way too quickly for their brains to fit the size. You know, might as well just breed a huge rat. Breed a big rat that is big and fluffy. Boom, Pomeranian. It will also chew apart your living space, but that's different. Oh, this background. Big rat, yeah. Oh, when I was younger, I really wanted a pet rat, but I was never allowed to really have a pet, except that, like, other than other people in the family having poorly trained dogs, which was like, yeah, no, this dog is bad behaved. I'm a child. I had no say in how this dog was raised, and it's not really my dog. It's some other family member's dog. So I never really got to have an animal where I was deciding. I am now, and well, now I have poorly behaved pigeons. I could probably work more with them. Should probably learn how to train them. They're not explicitly toilet trained, but they do like to poop outside the cage. And Theo has learned not to poop in my sitting space. I guess practically this is my nesting space. I sit here all the time. Please do not poop here. So if he's hanging out by the monitor, on top of the monitor, he will fly away once he's like, time to poop. Time to leave a poo-poo. Of course, the area he prefers pooping from is the bookshelf, which I've constructed a contraption to catch the poop and make it a non-issue. Why, look, we have something that resembles the background, or so it seems. Now, to not overwhelm myself, I would like to clean it up, but I'm also gonna just not be worrying too much about like going back and forth between layers. I'll just add this part. But yeah, I always like the idea that you can, like, rats are in practice, as I've seen it, well, according to others, they're basically miniature dogs. However, kind of sucks what everyone says that they don't really live that long. It would, however, make it not a huge commitment to keep rats for a year or two. But what's worrisome is how they may kind of spawn your allergies, which I don't like. I wonder if pigeons do that too. Pigeons have ancient bird dust production shenanigans, and so keeping an air purifier is required. Live for 3 years or so, yeah. Birds are a way bigger commitment though. If leading a good life, if they're healthy and kept good with a good diet and stuff like that, they can live for ages. Now my pigeons are basically, what am I guessing? 5 and 1 year? 1.5? For as long as these babies are having a good time, they'll probably stick around for a while. I won't be rid of them anytime soon. Alright, we got the BBG. And we got some clouds. I do dream that one day my pigeons will be so accustomed to me and comfortable with me that I can bring them on travels. That's kind of the one thing when keeping a pet, and a pet really, is that you would need someone to care for them. Birds 10 to 20 years. I think if kept really well, they could probably live for 30. But we'll see. Even budgies can live for a long time. It's just that they usually don't because they're kept fed poorly, like having a really fatty diet like 8. From having too many fatty seeds. But yeah, to be frank, I don't know that much about pigeon diet either. I see lots of claims that, oh, pigeons are strictly grainivores, means they only eat seeds and grains, but they can eat other stuff. I've seen examples of pigeons eating and enjoying like finely chopped bell pepper or spinach. How much of it is good for them, I wouldn't know. They can eat nuts. Yeah, that's very close to seeds. But yeah. However, if you are feeding your pigeon peanuts, be sure not to give them too big bites. Pigeons are able to swallow quite a lot, but don't let them do so unsupervised. They may choke if they are dumb enough. So keep an eye on your birds. Oh, this is great. We have these small clouds. It's so super blue, and now super much cloud. They can swallow corn. Yeah, they swallow peas too. I saw Theo swallow peas the other day, and I was like, oh, you guys always leave out the peas. I thought you never ate them. But they do. They just save them for later, till they get bored. But yeah, I kind of love, maybe it's terrible of me, but I kind of love how pathetic pigeons are. They're smart creatures. They are also so pathetic. Sometimes super dumb. Oh my goodness, I love them. Right. Time for cleaning up some background shenanigans, I guess. Not sure how much I wanna clean this up, really. Might look cute if I don't. I wonder how I would like to keep chickens, actually. You learned urban pigeons are not wild, but are abandoned domesticated animals. Yep. That they are. Which is kind of sad. Then you get things like people disagreeing on what is the right thing to do. Like, pigeons are domesticated, they handle fairly well to live in the urban life, but it's not great. They are starving, always hungry, they make it work. Still, in many countries they are protected, as far as I know. Like, you can't really pick it up from the street and be like, ooh, free pet. Not sure if anyone would catch you if you did, but apparently that's illegal for some reason. But it's a good argument against the people who are like, oh, I hate pigeons, why are they here? Vermin, rats of the sky. And you can go, actually, we brought this upon them. Then some might say that, oh, then it's our duty to purge them and erase them. And others say, no, it's our responsibility to make sure they have an alright living. And, you know, feeding pigeons is kind of a healthy activity if you do it responsibly. Because you have some crazy animal lovers who will run out and dump like tons of seeds to feed city pigeons, but irresponsibly, and as an effect, you'll get lots of rats attracted, which is something pigeon haters will bring up straight away. They see you feeding the pigeons and go like, oi, you can't feed the pigeons, you'll attract the rats. And so, we can't have nice things. In your country, people eat pigeons? I wouldn't mind tasting pigeon. But I do read stories of people, quote unquote, saving pigeons from the meat market. But truth is that pigeons are kept as poultry, like chicken. And breeding for food is a thing we do. And that's kind of, it's messed up, but it's also, we live in a world. I'm not too precious about that. But don't go and like save a meat pigeon unless you intend to buy a meat pigeon and keep as a pet. I wonder like how many people do that. If you buy it as just livestock. Like, humans have forever been, like, say, befriending and domesticating animals for use as food or work power, which is already messed up, but it's kind of how we do these days. So I don't worry too much about that, but also I like meat. Meat is neat. I don't like meat industry, but look, my brain. I'm making comics. I can't go on with too strong opinions on those things. I like food. And I wouldn't mind eating pigeon, but you got the Philippine delicacy about that is half developed pigeon egg. That one sounds a bit crazy. I'm curious. Not sure if I would try. If I did, I probably would struggle. It's in Norway you have it's a common Christmas tradition to eat the sheep's head. I've tried that once and I struggled. I do like like heavily salted steamed mutton, which is also common for Christmas. And that has much more meat. The head doesn't really have much meat except for the cheeks. So for me, it's like, it was interesting and quite metal to try, but I'm probably not repeating that anytime soon. Hey, JC's Animations, hello! We're talking about poultry, meat, food. And I'm probably taking stances on the topics I probably shouldn't. But like, I think chickens are cute and funny, but I will also eat them. They're funny dinosaur creatures that we are breeding for food, and so I will eat chicken food. Chicken as food. Like, not everything has to be how to say, a huge complicated life choice or whatever. Can't decide whether to love them or eat them. Yeah. No, I like eating. We are omnivores. We eat stuff. We're made to eat stuff. Be it meat, greens, all the things. And I see little reason to make a huge problem out of it. Although, society-wise, there are problems with it. Or in, like, animals deserve to have a decent life. Or at least decent life is kind of a stretch. Comfortable life. They deserve comfortable living for as long as they're alive, even if it's 6 weeks. But I think I've known people who do horse riding and stuff would be like, I met someone who were like, oh, I could never eat horse. But I'd be like, hell yeah, I'll pet the horse, I'll ride the horse, I'll groom the horse, I will eat the horse. It's neat. If it's good, I'll have it. Just don't go on making life complicated. We don't need complicated that much. It's complicated enough as it is. Oh, and just as a disclaimer, I don't expect or demand anyone to really agree with me. I'm just rambling. Rambling on. Just big. I want stuff to be okay. Giving opinions is fine. Yeah, ideally I would be talking more about this background that I'm cleaning up. But you can see I'm doing the thing, and it's not that entertaining to even be talking about. Because it's all these nitty-gritty details here that is like, okay, should I bother following up? Should I not? But I'm just running around here with the bucket tool. If I strongly think it's completely right that it's not fine, yeah. And that's something about like picking your fights and your like the stuff you stand for. We're just too many people on this planet to all agree completely. So it is better to be comfortable with, say, disagreeing, but also being okay with others not sharing the same opinion, and also not feeling less valued if someone has a different opinion, because that's kind of the dangerous part, when someone else's opinion feels like a threat to your own opinion. I think a lot of people could learn from that. Like, oh, you like it this way? You view it this way? Oh, I don't think about it like that. I think so and so. And find it like this and this. But just seeing each other and being like, yeah, I see where you're coming from. I see what you mean. I prefer viewing it this way or the other. Blah, blah, blah. Humans communicating and being like, oh, you're like that. I'm like this. There is kind of when so I'm not all that interested in many things. If someone ever feels less valued just because I'm not interested, it's kind of a problem they have. I respect like what other people are into. Like, it's about like whatever gives you joy, right? And so while I may not be super interested and I will not be enabling people to yap about stuff that doesn't interest me. They can do so, and if I am not interested, I will not be responding much, because you know, there's this thing about being too nice as well. I don't want people wasting their energy posting about something I don't care for. Just for them to pour more of that on me instead of pouring it on someone who really wants to hear about it. This could be anything. Like the art of swimming or acrobatics, sports, anything. I don't like enabling people into yapping about something I have little to do zero interest in. Just of respect of the person, really. Because it's the danger of being too nice. You'll be like, oh, they like what I'm talking about. I'll continue talking about the thing. And then you have it going. Congrats. New lie unlocked, and now you have to endure every time that person comes and thinks you're a safe person to talk about that stuff to. And that's a waste for everyone. But that's just like my opinion, man. So, but problem is when people feel less valued from not getting any enthusiasm when talking about it, and they feel like, oh, I am a loser who likes this thing that the other person don't like. No. You just find your other person who also likes the thing you like, and you go vibe with them. No problems are had. You're not less of a person. You know, just wrong crowd. being honest may be hurtful, but it's the truth without sugarcoating. Yeah, but it's also important to feel confident in what you like, what kind of media you like, what you like to do, what your favorite color is, you know, and not like chasing everyone's approval is kind of the problem. I mean, we are pack animals, so all those instincts are kind of, they're valid, but we are also intelligent beings who should know better. And yeah, I don't like sugarcoating. I don't want, like, because, you know, some people are better at masking disinterest than others. Masking interest, masking lack of interest, and that only bites them back, because then they have this other thing that just drains them of energy every time. So there are risks to being too nice. Don't mean you have to be rude about something, but just, oh yeah, that doesn't interest me too much, or whatever. But glad that you're enjoying the thing, you know? How long? Looking fairly clean. Wait, what the heck? How could I miss that? Never mind. It's not clean at all. Oh. So yeah, being honest, time and space, but also like practicing ways to say that. Like, yeah, practicing ways to be honest in ways that the other part doesn't take as an offense. That is a skill. It has to be practiced. But there shouldn't be any sweat if if one does say the wrong thing and it kind of goes wrong and someone gets upset. It's like, yeah, well, maybe I made them angry. That's kind of a shame. But at least they won't come talking to me about this thing I don't care for anymore. It happens. Yeah, we've all been there and still are. It's all about learning, man. All about learning to navigate social things, and some people are easier to socialize with than others. Some people are more sensitive than others. And finding the confidence to determine, like, alright, is it that this person got upset a me problem or a them problem? Like, is the person who got upset too sensitive right now? A lot of warriors online, probably. Oops, I shouldn't be calling names. I said nothing. Don't throw the internet fighters on me. Yeah, I've said stuff to people that I'm not proud of. But yeah, it's all about finding the vibe and finding your crowd, when you like hanging with, talking to, share some interests. I'm very grateful for having a lot of people around me who are matching in that regard. It's very nice. And the only thing one can do if that sort of community, or like if people like that are lacking in someone's life, then all you can do is get up and search. Look for the crowd. But mindfully, of course. It's always like two-way communication. Two-way, well, communication, but like, is it me or is it them? I keep saying, some people are very used to pouring out all their emotions on the internet, which is, well, I'm glad I wasn't a kid at this day and age of the internet, because it seems crazy. Like, pouring out all one's feelings in, like, say, profile descriptions and stuff. Like, oh, why do everyone keep blocking me? If everyone is blocking someone, chances are someone are being a bit intense. But there's no good way of, like, how would someone learn that? Goodness gracious, this part is tedious. Actually, my rambling is sort of a way that lets me practice wording around, which I kind of like. I am at constant risk of saying something really stupid that will blow up entirely. But I take the chance. I like being chill and just relaxing and yapping and sharing opinions that might be unpopular sometimes, but with the general expectation that people are different and able to tolerate that someone has a bad take, basically, whenever I come up with those. Probably have some bad takes. Like, not everyone can be geniuses. It's too much to expect. Feel the same? Nice. That makes two of us. Actually, I feel the most safe in spaces where I know that I am allowed to have bad takes. People may challenge it or disagree, but there's never any fussing about disagreeing. It's like challenging it by, oh, but don't you think of this aspect of it? Or is it, I don't like to think about it like that. I'd rather think of these and that and such. And either that will convince me that, alright, I am at a bad take, or I will be like, no, let me be childish. You can be a smart person and do your smart society stuff. I will be dumb. We're not psychic enough to know what we're gonna say. No, and we're not psychic enough most of the time to know how people will interpret what's gonna be said. And so there's always this back and forth fine-tuning of like, alright, how do people take what I'm saying? Do you understand what I mean? That's a hang up I have. Whenever a conversation gets really difficult because I chose the wrong word for a sentence, and rather than asking, "Ha, that sounds a bit harsh. Do you mean more like insert other word that isn't as harsh?" Like, whenever people get hang-ups about that, I'm like, oh, screw this. I'm out. Because if I at the time can't think of the right word, then I struggle. And if people then get offended and make a fuss, I'm like, oh, okay, no. So I really appreciate it when people are able to actually, well, able to and willing to help me out in both helping me say what I'm trying to say and understanding what I mean by it. Perfect place to be. But people who are more interested in being offended, no thanks. Like, interested in being offended rather than getting the message. You have to get to dinner. Alright, Explorer. Thanks for hanging around. Thanks for yapping along with me. It's been great. Have a great meal. And we're still cleaning. But we're soon there, and once that is done, we suddenly have a whole new page readily inked. That's kind of crazy. It's not even 4. And then we take that son of a gun. I low-key wonder how I'm going to clean up this, because what I'm doing now is kind of a dirty, rough kind of work that is 100% going to not be straight behind, like in the middle of the line art. I think we'll do my cleanup trick for that, but I'm not sure if it'll work. I think it will, but I also don't know whether or not it's really necessary. How this is a mess. Look at this. Silly. It looks decent enough on the far out zoom out picture. I think I can safely call it pretty much done. Yeah, the other parts can be rough, no worries. Just some of this here, and we're mostly set. Seems good. Nice. Alright. With that, I'm gonna take a small break. We've been on for more than 5.5 hours. Alright, I'll bring up the BRB and be back in that bit. Hello. I return. Now with this page complete. What should I be doing? Well, to begin, I can at least check off. This is page 4. That's 3 steps complete today. Just a short distraction. Alright, I crossed my thingy. Now I can look back. This is just a thing I don't need to save. That page is saved. That's nice. For the next, we have a finalized layout. The bird. I'm going to see if the bird wants a snack. Hey bird, you want a snack? You like snackies? Yeah, you do. You do like snackies. Do you like being on the perch? No, that's too complicated. Tempting with snackies on the perch. Okay, birdie. Alright. Back we go. Oh yeah, right. BRB. The thing still on the screen. Yes. Alright. Oh, sorry. I kinda wanna play video games. I wanna go back to that randomizer. Despite how bad I am at it. I should probably try playing just for practice. A lot of this, it is technically, it's layout. Yeah, it's layout. So it could be properly sketched. Oh, I don't feel all that inspired. Looking at this, it's kind of a punishment. It's a punishment to close this page because I did all this work today, and it's nice to look at. I should probably just take it in a little more. Like, I made a thing. I could continue with filling in colors for characters and stuff. It's also... Alright, to be fair, I have been streaming for 6 hours. No wonder I'm tired. It's not that bad. But for, let's say, inks, we got ink temp, character. I could do like these trees here. Quite clearly. They're fairly well done. I'll just ink these. Using a fairly thick brush to ink these close-up trees. If I can then detail it further by adding more stuff to the cross-hatching layer. I'll open the extra window to see how it looks. And actually I'll deselect this part, that way I don't have to clean up all the time. This one? Probably just pure black. Whoa! There. Ugh, all of these layers where they weren't set to reference layer. So I gotta redo that. For every new page I start, it's like I'm still skipping a lot of effort from having the layers up, but that one little thing. Oh, it's so. I wouldn't even say it's annoying, because it's pure laziness. Oh, hey, welcome back, Shushu. I finally finished the page. Now I'm working on the next. The comfort in getting started is that at least it makes it less daunting to get started on this later. If I've already done some of the work, it'll feel less dangerous and it'll seem like less work. One of your favorite songs is Sayonara. Are you normal? I don't know. I don't know if I've heard it. Applying all this. Right, that's some nice foreground stuff. I keep forgetting to remove this track. Now, this doesn't seem too difficult to find sketch. Should be able to do it. Fiends, yes. Better remember to honor both Glitch Star and Explorer and Unshrimp. Keep it in mind. His eyes are too big. Look at that. They're not that huge, but I always draw them that huge. Stupid. That's way better. Yeah, I think I'll be sketching this particular shot of Reno, and then after that, I'm gonna call it quits. I've been going on for 6 hours. And that's pretty good. We finished one page, that's pretty good. I'm feeling that I might be needing a break. A break. Call it for today, I mean. Here I'm drawing through, even though he's obscured by the plants. I'm still showing, like, I'm trying to understand where parts of him are going to be. And that's the point where, in order to keep proportions and perhaps make it feel sensible, drawing the whole figure as if the stuff in front isn't there is kind of a good tool to retain control of just positioning of stuff. Like, just be in control of where your characters are and what they look like and what parts are visible where. Oh, the bird sat down on the pole. He's a sweetie, sweetie. Oh, meow. Just sighing, sitting there, being chill. Alright, so you got all that. I kind of want something else to happen with the dialogue here. Seems like there is room for dialogue that is more constructive and points towards stuff that I've experienced before. But for the time being, I don't really know what to do about it, so I'll just leave it as is. But with that done and saved, I'm feeling quite done for today. Great work, guys. We did it again. We finished the page. I'll be going now. Thank you all for watching. Thanks to everyone who wanted to hang out with me. It's been lovely as always. And I hope to see you next time. Goodbye.